The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House the communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 9th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? You, O Lord, are our rock, our fortress, and our deliverer. Be the sanctuary in which all those who flee from the deadly Palisades, Hearst, and Hollywood Hills wildfires in California can find refuge. Be their shield against the flames which threaten to engulf them, their stronghold in the midst of destruction. Hear all those who call to you in their distress, the street people and the screen stars, and all whose homes and livelihoods are endangered. Hear those who cry to you for help. Hear their voices, and may their cries reach your ears, that you would shelter them from the fires raging around them. And gird up the first responders, the firefighters, the emergency medical personnel, and the rescue teams with your strength. Be their shield and defender, that they may be effective in saving the imperiled. Arm their hands for the battle before them. Equip them with the weapons of deliverance. Keep them from growing weary in the face of the relentless hours ahead, and protect them from all harm. These, our fellow Americans, are precious in your sight. Give them shelter in these days within the protection of your loving arms. In your saving name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. It is a privilege to honor the more than 800,000 sworn officers serving across the United States for their unwavering dedication to upholding the law and safeguarding our communities. The challenges you face and the importance of your work cannot be overstated. Since its establishment in 2015, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day has been observed annually on January 9th. This day provides a meaningful opportunity for our nation to express gratitude for the brave men and women who wear the badge with honor and integrity. Thank you to the Capitol Police, the Secret Service, and the Metropolitan Police Department excuse me, for their continuous efforts to keep us safe here in our nation's capital. I'm also deeply grateful to the law enforcement officers in my home state of Pennsylvania, including the state troopers and the dedicated local police departments across the 15th District, for their steadfast commitment to protecting our families and communities. To all law enforcement officers across the United States, thank you for your selfless service and sacrifices you make every day in the defense of public safety. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Paul Reyes, a boxing legend from Fort Worth, Texas. Paul was not only a legend in the ring, but he was also a man of humility and great faith. And if you followed boxing in the 80s and 90s, you remembered Donald the Cobra Curry. You remembered Paulie Ayala, world champions. They were students of Paul Reyes. And let me tell you, Paul's gym was more than just a place to go train for boxing. His gym was a place to keep kids off the streets and give them a different direction to go in. Again, he trained some of the most amazing boxers in the country and really put Fort Worth, Texas on the map for this sport. He was a beloved member of the community. He is going to be missed, and I just want everyone to know what an important legend and icon this man was. He truly changed Fort Worth and made the lives of so many young people better. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today, as our country remembers the life of the only president from my home state of Georgia, I rise to honor a few notable moments of President Jimmy Carter's legacy within Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. President Carter was an avid fan of NASCAR, and he enjoyed many races at Atlanta Motor Speedway in Hampton. As governor in 1971, he celebrated the 150th anniversary of Fayette County, and in 1973, he visited Noonan as a part of his Operation Feedback Tour. He traveled to Meriwether County several times, and through his leadership as governor, the Georgia Warm Springs Foundation continued to care for Georgians with disabilities. He purchased his suits from Bowdoin and Carroll County, and he enjoyed Chick-fil-A sandwiches during his many visits to Columbus. Following his presidency, he honored my hometown, Peachtree City, by leading our Independence Day parade in 1995. And in 2003, working with Habitat for Humanity, President Carter built over 20 homes for Georgians in need in LaGrange. Thank you to the Fayette County Historical Society, the Noonan Times-Herald, the Meriwether Historical Society, and the Heard County Historical Center and Museum for helping compile this research to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable Georgian, the 39th President of the United States of America, Jimmy Carter. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell the people of Oregon that I'm ready to deliver for them. As someone who has lived, operated businesses, and raised my 4 children in our community, I know that families are struggling and feel like their voice isn't heard. I'm here to say that I'm listening and I'm fighting for our families. My top priorities are making sure that our kids are learning, healthy and thriving, supporting hardworking families who feel like their government has left them behind, and I'm working to bring new and good jobs back to Oregon, and I'll work with anyone to do it. It's important to me to have open communication with my constituents so they can always contact me and get updates from me by going to my website at bynum.house.gov. I thank you for trusting me, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The FBI defines domestic terrorism as, quote, violent criminal acts committed by individuals and/or groups to further ideological goals stemming from domestic influences, end of quote. America has experienced an ongoing war, as witnessed in New Orleans and Las Vegas, and a plot to kill in Florida. The moral fabric of America has suffered with 4 years of Biden-Harris policies, dangerous open borders, destroyed jobs, crushing inflation, campus anti-Semitism, woke mentality, and with the failure to lead globally and more. Unified Republican leadership will advance the conservative agenda to make America great again. Corrupt Judge Merchant has shamefully revealed Trump derangement scheduling sentencing. This confirms the lawfare backfiring, electing Donald Trump, with the corrupt judge receiving my invitation for the Trump inauguration, which he unintentionally promoted. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and enduring legacy of Hector Serrano, beloved artist, storyteller, and visionary creator of Viva El Paso. For over 4 decades, Hector brought the history and culture of our region to life through the magic of Viva El Paso. His groundbreaking work celebrated the diverse stories of the borderland, intertwining the heritage of Indigenous, Mexican, Spanish, Anglo, and Fort Bliss communities through music, dance, and drama. His passion turned Viva El Paso into an iconic tradition that captivated audiences, inspired pride in our shared history, and united our community. Hector dedicated his life to the arts and uplifting his hometown of El Paso. His commitment to preserving our cultural identity and showcasing the beauty of our beloved borderland makes him a cornerstone of the artistic and cultural fabric of El Paso. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. We honor his life and his immeasurable contribution to our cultural heritage. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Peter L. Foster, a proud American and distinguished commercial and test pilot who shattered a set of world aviation records in 1988. On August 31st, 1988, while flying a Lake LA 250 Renegade aircraft with an internal combustion engine, Mr. Foster broke 2 world records by reaching an altitude of 7,468 meters during a horizontal flight and 7,498 meters of altitude overall. For 36 years, those records have stood unbroken and to this day have helped the United States maintain its place as a world leader in aviation. For Mr. Foster's achievements for our country and contributions to American aviation and aerospace, we say thank you, Mr. Foster. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, criminals are stealing SNAP benefits from hungry families, leaving them without enough money to buy food. That's why I worked with Speaker Emerita Pelosi and leaders at the House Agriculture Committee to write a law reimbursing these families who were the victims of theft through no fault of their own. Since the law was enacted in 2022, over 20,000 families in my home state of Massachusetts have gotten their benefits back. That's a huge success. Sadly, the law expired at the end of last year. We want a hard-fought extension in the continuing resolution to ensure that no family falls through the cracks, but this is one of the provisions billionaire Elon Musk ordered the Republicans to take out of the bill, and now families are left on the hook. The stories are heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. One mother said, "We aren't going to be able to survive like this." Enough is enough. Let's extend the law and end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Miami-Dade has a new sheriff in town. I rise today to congratulate my dear friend Rosie Cordero Stutz on being sworn in as the first elected sheriff in Miami-Dade in over 60 years and the first woman and Hispanic to hold the position. Sheriff Cordero Stutz has been with Miami-Dade Police Department for nearly 30 years, rising from patrol officer to assistant director. She has what it takes to run the largest law enforcement agency in the southeastern United States. I also wish to congratulate Juan Barquin on being sworn in as the clerk of the court and controller for Miami-Dade County. Clerk Barquin began his career in the Public Defender's Office and will now oversee the 4th largest judicial circuit in the nation. As the watchdog for public records and taxpayer money, I have all the confidence that he will continue to do an excellent job. Congratulations to Sheriff Cordero Stutz and Clerk Barquin. Godspeed, and on behalf of all the residents of Miami-Dade, thank you for your service, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the House Republican Conference, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 21, resolved that the...
For what purpose? Does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 2 U.S.C. 2001 and the order of the House on January the 3rd, 2025 of the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries, and members of the House Office Building Commission to serve with the Speaker. Before the House, a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on January 8, 2025 at 10:40 a.m., said to contain a message from the President regarding taking additional steps with respect to the situation in Western Balkans. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House.
The clerk will read the message.
To the Congress of the United States, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code 1701 et sec, the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1601 et sec, and Section 301 of the Title III United States Code, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order in order to take additional steps with respect to the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13219 of June 26, 2001, blocking property of persons who threaten international stabilization efforts in the Western Balkans, as amended by Executive Order 13304 of May 28, 2003, termination of emergencies with respect to Yugoslavia, and modifications of Executive Order 13219 of June 26, 2001, and expanded in scope by Executive Order 14033 of June 8, 2021, blocking property and suspending entry into the United States of certain persons contributing to the destabilization situation in the Western Balkans. The order is intended to provide additional prongs for targeting persons for designation under Executive Order 14033 and deter individuals from attempting to evade United States sanctions. This includes amendments to and add attempts as a basis for designation throughout the order, add a prong for leadership of membership in a sanctioned entity, add a prong for ownership or control of a sanctioned person, and add a prong for being a spouse or adult child of a sanctioned person. I am enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, January 8, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill, H.R. 23, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 23, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The bill shall be debated for 1 hour equally and divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader and their respective designee. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, a bill that I am proud to have worked on with my colleague and my friend, Representative Chip Roy, a bill that sanctions international criminal court officials and their families and anybody who is assisting them. Why? Because they are targeting America's allies who are right now the front line of fighting to bring American hostages home from Gaza. America is passing this law because on November 21, 2024, the International Criminal Court's pretrial chamber issued warrants for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's former defense minister Yoav Gallant. Let me explain that in a more detailed way. America is passing this law because a kangaroo court is seeking to arrest the prime minister of our great ally, Israel, who is not only responding to an enemy which conducted a genocide, killing as many men, women, and children as possible, even beheading some of them on October 7, 2024, but an enemy who still holds 100 hostages, scores of bodies of those that they murdered, including 7 of my fellow Americans. Let me say that again. Israel is the tip of the spear in bringing the fight to an enemy who currently holds and has killed our fellow Americans. Israel has conducted this war with as much restraint as war can allow. In the face of horror, they have showed humanity. We know that for Israel, any civilian dying is a tragedy. And we know that for Hamas and the Palestinians who support them, civilians dying is quite literally their strategy for victory. Hamas' strategy uses hospitals and schools as bases for combat operations. Not some fighter accidentally walked into a hospital for 5 minutes carrying their machine gun. No, they build hospitals and schools into fortified launching points for attack. In clear violation of the laws of armed conflict, Hamas deliberately targets civilians. What the ICC is doing with their arrest warrants is legitimizing the false accusations of Israeli war crimes in order to do something. In order to stop the overwhelming success of Israeli military operations. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't care if a person is a terrorist in a cave or if they are a lawyer in The Hague. If they are getting in the way of bringing home our Americans or bringing home our allies who are, as we speak, in this very moment, bound, blindfolded, tortured, raped, enslaved, starved, facing execution. If you are getting in the way of bringing them home, then we will give you no quarter, and we will certainly not allow you to be welcome to American soil. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the gentleman from Florida and for his opening and congratulate him on his new chairmanship. I hope that there will be occasions that we can work together on issues that will advance the cause of human rights and promote stability in the world, but unfortunately, today is not one of those occasions. Mr. Speaker, of all the ways that Republicans have shown this country how messed up and backwards their priorities are, I have to say that this bill that we're debating today, to sanction the International Criminal Court, the ICC, this really takes the cake. We have a natural disaster unfolding in California right this second, as 100,000 people are fleeing a climate change-driven fire that's burning up entire neighborhoods. We have a gun violence epidemic as we see massacres in our school nearly every single day. Families are unable to make ends meet because they're being ripped off by billionaire corporations who don't care about anything but the bottom line. There's over 40 million hungry people in this country who don't know where their next meal is going to come from. 40 million hungry people in the richest country on earth. All those challenges, and this is what the out-of-touch, elitist, billionaire Republican Party wants to waste time on, sanctioning the ICC. I actually listened to people in my district, Mr. Speaker, and I asked them what they want Congress to work on. Not once, never ever have I heard them talk about sanctioning the ICC as one of their priorities. They talk about their bills. They talk about health care costs. The farmers in my district talk to me about climate change. They talk about global problems, but they don't talk about sanctioning the ICC. But Republicans think this is so very important, such an emergency, that we have to debate it during the first week of Congress. During Jimmy Carter's funeral, by the way, which is offensive considering his record on actually standing up for human rights, which is the opposite of what this bill does. No, don't worry about climate change, America, because the Republicans are going to sanction the janitors at the ICC. And while they're at it, they're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. That's really going to help people pay bills and keep the lights on. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that this is not what America voted for. This Republican majority is not what people asked for in the last election. Maybe that's why Republicans lost multiple seats, because they keep bringing up lousy bills like this one. Nonetheless, let's talk about the matter at hand. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, the October 7th terror attacks, Mr. Speaker, were unconscionable and unacceptable. The victims on that dark day were overwhelmingly civilians, 62 of whom are still being held illegally as hostages in unknown circumstances. And I would hope that every single member of this chamber would demand their immediate and unconditional release. It was an attack, I think, that rises to the level of war crimes and crimes against humanity. That is the reason that the International Criminal Court applied for arrest warrants against 3 Hamas leaders in May of 2024. Now, no one seemed to criticize the ICC for that decision. But now, Republicans want to sanction the ICC simply because they don't want the rules to apply to everyone. And I want to be very clear here, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister Netanyahu has an absolute right to defend his people. But there is no international right to vengeance. And what we are seeing in Gaza is vengeance. I mean, where is our humanity? Have we just given up on the idea of human rights? At least 45,000 people have been killed in the war in Gaza, and I fear that number is much higher. 85% of the people there have been forcibly displaced, often repeatedly. Last September, a group of physicians estimated 62,000 had died of starvation. Hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, libraries, all destroyed. Food isn't getting in. Water is not getting in. Medicine is not getting in. And people are dying. Children are dying. Babies are dying. Some of them from the bombs, some from starvation, some from the cold. And the war has not shrunk. It expanded to Lebanon, where I hope the recent truce continues to hold. Mr. Speaker, I have sharply critiqued my own government for our conduct when we have been at war, because right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter what side you're on. And what is going on in Gaza right now is wrong. And I especially call it out because if we stand for freedom and human rights, then we need to stand for freedom and human rights all the time, not just when it's convenient. That's why the nations of the world set up the International Criminal Court in the first place. This is an institution designed to make sure the horrors that we saw all too often in the 20th century do not repeat themselves in the 21st century. We have international humanitarian law to prevent this kind and this scale of destruction. And just because someone doesn't like the law doesn't mean they get to break the law. As a court of last resort, the ICC can only become involved when and where a country has demonstrated unwillingness or inability to hold people to account for crimes within the ICC's jurisdiction. When the warrants were issued, the ICC appealed to the Israeli courts to take up and investigate these charges under their own jurisdiction. There's still time for the Israeli courts to do that. In fact, my understanding is that the Israeli government is appealing these arrest warrants at the ICC. Ironically, these sanctions could actually undermine those efforts. Mr. Speaker, I want the United States and Israel to have an amazing relationship and friendship. But friendship means we tell the truth. It means we hold ourselves and our allies to the same high standards. And I understand why people want vengeance. I've been to the region that Hamas attacked. I've met with the families of hostages and the victims of October 7th, whose lives have been destroyed by what happened. Many, by the way, who are furious at Prime Minister Netanyahu for the way he has conducted this war and for his failure to bring home their loved ones. I have met with people in my district who have been deeply impacted by this horrific tragedy, including too many who are justifiably afraid about the rise of anti-Semitism in this country and around the world. And the overwhelming majority of this Congress, Mr. Speaker, has voted to support basically unlimited military assistance and offensive weapons to Mr. Netanyahu. But even if someone approves of that military assistance, they should vote against this bill. You know, I've long considered myself a friend of Israel. I've traveled there. I believe Israelis deserve security, they deserve peace, they deserve safety. But turning a blind eye to what is happening in Gaza and saying that all these civilian casualties are somehow okay, in my opinion, does not make Israel more safe. It makes Israel less safe, less secure. Sanctioning and attacking the ICC is not only bad for Israel, my colleagues, it's bad for the United States. It's bad for the world. So I urge a no vote on this bill, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are the people's house. Let me translate what was just said. It's not a priority for the people's house to do everything possible to get our people home, to include getting in the way of those that are getting in our way. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the genesis of this legislation, the gentleman from Texas, the lead sponsor, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Florida, the chairman. I thank him for his support on this legislation. I thank him for his statesmanship on this particular issue, which is critically important for not just our friendship with our ally Israel, but also our own national security and the protection of our own men and women in uniform. Let's be clear about what is happening at the so-called International Criminal Court right now. It has taken unprecedented action of issuing arrest warrants for the sitting Prime Minister and former Minister of Defense of our friend and ally Israel. Let that sit in for a minute. This is an entity, the International Criminal Court, that has no jurisdiction over the people of the United States, should have no authority over our people, no authority over the Prime Minister of Israel. Yet it is extending into the people of Israel's business in defending their interest against violent attack by Hamas, which we define as a terrorist entity, which, as the chairman just pointed out, has killed American citizens and holds American citizens hostage as we sit here today. And somehow it is not a priority for the people of our country that we represent for us to be here on the floor of the House defending our men and women in uniform, defending our citizens, defending our ally Israel and the Prime Minister of Israel from a politicized witch hunt by the International Criminal Court, which again should have and doesn't have any jurisdiction over our people or the people of Israel. I would remind the gentleman from Massachusetts that 42 Democrats voted for this legislation last year. If this is such a crazy piece of legislation, perhaps the gentleman would like to have an inward-facing conference on his side of the aisle. It is very clearly a bipartisan interest to protect our people and the people of our friends in Israel. I would note that our problems aren't just the dangerous terrorist organizations like Hamas, but these international organizations given power over our citizens and our way of life. Not just the International Criminal Court, but, for example, UNRWA and other international organizations, without which Hamas wouldn't have many of the resources it needs to conduct these violent attacks on Israel and our own people. When the gentleman from Massachusetts talks about the plight of the people in Gaza, we should be reminded of the massive piles of pallets of food and relief that are stacked up because the United Nations is too incompetent to move those pallets, and remind our friends of the extent to which Hamas has been taking those resources and not distributing them to the people in Gaza. The fact of the matter here, this legislation is inherently America first. We have had situations where we've had American soldiers and our people targeted by the ICC. It will happen again if the House of Representatives and the Senate and the President don't take action to sanction the ICC to prevent this from happening again in the future. I appreciate the support of the chairman. I appreciate the support of virtually every member of the Republican side of the aisle. I appreciate the support of the 42 Democrats last summer. I look forward to a larger amount of support from Democrats when we vote on this today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield to myself briefly. First of all, to the gentleman from Texas, I don't know how the vote on this will come out, and I'm sure some Democrats may vote for it. But actually, on our side, we actually welcome debate, and we welcome ways to improve the legislation. I'm told that there were negotiations going on to try to actually improve this legislation, and then the Speaker made a unilateral decision to go with the most extreme version. And this was not marked up in committee, and there were no amendments to this. It didn't come to the Rules Committee, so nobody can offer an amendment. Nobody can make a suggestion. Take it or leave it. I mean, that is the way, I guess, the way the Republicans are going to want to run the House. And to the distinguished chairman of the committee, he said, I think he must have misinterpreted me. He said something like, "This is the people's house, so let me translate what the gentleman, meaning me, just said in my opening remarks." He said, "Bringing the hostages home should not be a priority." Now, I know I'm from Massachusetts, and you may have a tough time understanding my accent, but the bottom line is that is not what I said. And in fact, I said very clearly that the taking of hostages is a war crime. What I said very clearly is that the hostages should be released immediately and unconditionally. And I have said that over and over and over again. I don't think, like many of the families of the hostages have expressed to me, that increased bombing is going to result in getting their loved ones home. That is the message that many of them have delivered to me personally when they have visited here in Washington. So again, please don't kind of manipulate what I have said here today. The taking of these hostages is horrific, and they must be released immediately and unconditionally. I hope that nobody disagrees with that. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the gentleman did say very clearly was that this legislation is not a priority. And this legislation is meant to get in the way of those that are getting in our way from getting our Americans home. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, thank you and Mr. Roy for bringing this important piece of legislation to us. Let's be clear. H.R. 23 is very clear. the International Criminal Court, the ICC, they don't believe Israel has the right to defend itself from terrorists or those that threaten to destroy Israel's way of life. The United States and Israel are not members of the ICC for good reason and without accident. Mr. Speaker, it's a dadgum sham court is what it is. These decisions by the ICC are reckless, and they not only put Israel at risk, they put Americans at risk as well. The United States, with our new Congress and new administration, is not going to put up with these international organizations putting us and our allies in harm's way. Hamas chose war, and dadgummit, Hamas got war. The ICC prosecutor, Karim Khan, has made a parody of justice, and he needs to find his place or we will help him find it. And I know when I get back to the office, I'm going to get text or contact from people saying that my AIPAC handler told me to do this, and I'll probably get my AIPAC handler in trouble, but I don't even know who the heck he or she is. The truth is, this is right. America should be on the side of the right. And for anyone to stand in the way of this important piece of legislation, I think owes the American public an explanation, and it owes especially your Jewish constituency. I fully support H.R. 23, and I look forward to passing it here shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to respond to the chairman of the committee. Yeah, we do disagree on the impact of this bill. I disagree that this bill is going to do anything to get the hostages released. Every time we have seen hostages released, it's been during a ceasefire, and not in the middle of intense bombing. Again, as many families of the hostages have expressed to me directly, they worry very much about the Prime Minister's continued policy of all in terms of military attacks in Gaza, because they worry very much that it decreases the likelihood that their loved ones will be freed. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the patriot from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note the gentleman from Massachusetts is talking about the Prime Minister. What about the President of the United States? We have 7 Americans still being held hostage, 4 deceased, 3 presumed living. Where is Joe Biden? Where is the President of the United States to make sure that American hostages are being brought home? It is shameful the way this administration has allowed these hostages to languish. They have not put adequate pressure on our allies. They have failed miserably in the responsibility to get Americans home. And when in fact there have been ceasefires, and when in fact hostages have been released, Americans have not. It is shameful. And so I rise in support of the Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act to reimpose sanctions on officials working for the International Criminal Court. This institution has continually abused its authority and demonstrated blatant hostility toward our allies and American values. As Israel has continued to defend itself against terrorists in the Middle East, over the objections of this administration, by the way, let's be clear, Sinwar and Nasrallah would still be alive if Netanyahu listened to this administration. The ICC has joined the UN in showing a clear bias against Israel. This culminated in the ICC seeking arrest warrants of the Prime Minister and other members of his cabinet. The Israelis have been working tirelessly for over a year to rescue hundreds of hostages still held by Hamas and defend their own people from further attacks. The ICC's actions amount to little more than a political smear campaign cloaked in the veneer of international law. This pattern of behavior from the ICC is not new. This is the same body that has repeatedly targeted the United States and our service members, attempting to investigate and prosecute Americans who have risked their lives to defend our freedom around the world. And so I urge my colleagues to support this critical measure and ensure that the U.S. remains steadfast in defending our allies, protecting our
gentleman's
citizens,
time has expired.
and upholding the tenets that
I
have
yield
long
the gentleman
defined,
another 30 seconds.
The gentleman has yielded an additional minute. The gentleman is recognized.
and upholding the tenets that have long defined our leadership on the world stage. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just say to the gentleman that that was a great speech for social media, but it will do nothing to get the hostages released, just like this bill. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from Florida has 18 minutes. The gentleman from Massachusetts has 19 minutes.
And Mr. Speaker, I would remind everybody that every time my colleagues across the way rise, they rise to oppose legislation that would get in the way of those getting in our way of bringing Americans home. That's what they're standing against. That's what they're rising against. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the unprovoked and barbaric attack on Israeli civilians on October 7th presented Israel with a fundamental moral obligation to annihilate the forces that had unleashed such depravity. Ironically, the United Nations was conceived in the aftermath of the Holocaust, precisely to stand behind the civilized nations of the world when the forces of evil threaten. Tragically, it has become grotesquely perverted. UNRWA staff actively participated in the attack of October 7th, and its ICC has now become a kangaroo court waging lawfare against Israel's wartime leaders. The ICC has thus made a mockery of every hope and dream that gave birth to the United Nations and is declared by its own obscene acts to be itself a threat to world peace, international order, and the rule of law. I wholeheartedly support this bill, sanctioning anyone who gives it aid and comfort in pursuing its twisted agenda. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my fellow Texan calling for sanctions on the International Criminal Court officials who dare to target U.S. citizens or our allies, especially our ally Israel. Mr. Speaker, the ICC is nothing more than a kangaroo court. Their absolute blind obsession in pursuing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, notwithstanding Hamas's unspeakable atrocities, reveals the ICC's true loyalties. Their actions signal a dangerous complicity with terrorist groups like Hamas, as well as others, I might add. The ICC's ignorance of reality disqualifies them from passing judgment on those defending themselves against pure evil. I can't say that strong enough. Against pure evil. It's that pure and simple. The ICC doesn't get it. I've been to Israel since the horrific October 7 attacks, Mr. Speaker. On the other hand, the ICC has not only not witnessed firsthand, as I have, the devastation and terror inflicted on innocent lives, they've not been there. So our message is clear. The ICC is a disgrace, it's a sham, and its officials need to find real jobs. They have no authority to target Americans or our allies, especially Israel, and we won't stand for it. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to passing this bill and encouraging the Senate to pass it in time for President Trump to sign it on day one. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for yielding time to me. Neither the United States nor Israel recognize the legitimacy of the ICC. We're not members. The ICC has no authority to violate the sovereignty of either of those nations. This bill is essential for protecting American citizens, service members, our allies, especially Israel, from these politically motivated, putative prosecutions by the ICC. Israel and its leaders have an inherent right to defend themselves against these terrorist attacks that occur from Hamas, and they get to also attempt to rescue these hostages. But the ICC's attempts to interfere with Israel's self-defense and issue arrest warrants from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and their Minister of Defense undermines justice. As the only member of Congress who actually attended the Rome Conference that formulated the ICC document in the summer of 1998, I can attest that the ICC is hopelessly biased and is illegitimate. It claims authority it does not have. It attempts to claim jurisdiction and issue sanctions against Israel, as we could have predicted, and many of us did who were at that conference watching this ICC formed. The ICC is an institution without a mandate from the international community, and the ICC must understand that the United States will not allow its overreach to harm U.S. citizens or our allies. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, I just want the record to reflect that. I mean, I remember hearing widespread support from many of my Republican colleagues when the ICC issued a warrant against Vladimir Putin for the kidnapping of Ukrainian children, as well as when they issued a warrant against Bashir for the genocide in Sudan. So I guess what we're hearing here is that we want to pick and choose on their side, how we're going to react to the ICC based on what they do. I mean, the bottom line is this is the beginning of a process. It is not the end of a process. And again, this bill will do nothing to help get the release of our hostages, including those Americans who are held hostage, and it will isolate us within the world community, especially with many of our allies. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my friends across the way that Americans are being held and tortured. Get with the American team and get in the way of those that are getting in our way. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that the gentleman from Massachusetts is well out of his depth when it comes to military warfare and how to conduct an operation. I'll let that speak for itself. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this legislation. In November of 24, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on baseless and reprehensible charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. These charges are not only morally indefensible, but a blatant bias of justice. Israel does not deliberately target civilians as terrorists harbor them in mosques, churches, and schools, and hospitals, and so many more. The Israeli government has taken unprecedented steps to minimize civilian harm during conflicts, a commitment that's unparalleled by any other nation facing terrorists. The accusation that Israel uses starvation as a weapon of war is a blatant lie, ignoring the immense humanitarian aid Israel has proven and provided to Gaza despite ongoing attacks. This illegitimate attack on Israel emboldens terrorist organizations like Hamas. Both President Biden and President Trump have rightly condemned these charges, recognizing their destructive implications. This critical legislation, which has previously passed this body with strong bipartisan support, sends a clear and unequivocal message the United States will not tolerate the ICC's abuse of power against our allies or our citizens. Once again, the ICC has no jurisdiction over the United States of America or the people of Israel. They need to call this what it is: anti-Semitism. That's what this is. That's what the ICC is going after, and that's what you're condoning from the gentleman of Massachusetts, and I see the support on the other side of the aisle with all your colleagues sitting next to you, fighting right alongside. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Two things, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman who just spoke, the reason why my colleagues are not here is because the Republicans scheduled this debate during President Carter's funeral. which I find to be incredibly disappointing, given President Carter's stature in this country and his commitment to human rights. And to the chairman of the committee, I was a little bit startled. He says, get with the American team. Well, because we have a disagreement that somehow I'm not with the American team? Last time I checked, we're still a democracy, at least for the time being. And you can have disagreements on this issue. And we can still respect each other's point of view. But if I thought for 1 second that this bill that we're debating today would help get the release of the hostages and the American hostages, I'd be with you. But it won't. It complicates things even further, and it isolates us in the world community at a time, quite frankly, when we need allies. And we need everybody working to try to resolve the conflict in the Middle East and to get all the hostages released, and to ensure that Israel has its security, and to ensure that the Palestinians have a future as well. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman across the aisle is right. We need everybody working to get hostages home, to get this resolved. And that means not giving an iota of recognition to kangaroo courts like the ICC, who are trying to prevent Israeli military success, who are conducting their brand of anti-Semitism against Israeli leaders, preventing Americans and our allies from being returned home. Again, Israel is the tip of the spear in bringing American hostages home, and anybody who gets in their way is getting in our way. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining.
Massachusetts on the way. Since I have 10 minutes remaining,
This has 16 and a half.
Since I have 10 minutes remaining, I'm going to sit here in silence for 120 seconds and see if my colleague from Texas shows up.
Right behind the mic.
It's a good lesson, thanks. I'll remain standing here.
Handle it that way.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that we will have no more speakers, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
No, I don't think you're recognized. Let me close for us. I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we close debate, I want to reiterate my opposition to this misguided legislation. The International Criminal Court exists to hold the world accountable, to prevent atrocities, and to serve as a reminder that no one is above the law. Abandoning the ICC, as H.R. 23 proposes, undermines our values, undermines our alliances, and undermines our credibility on the world stage. This is a moment to reaffirm our commitment to human rights, to international law, and to the partnerships that have defined American leadership. And this bill fails that test. By sanctioning officials of the ICC and anyone who has done business with them, this bill would have a chilling effect on America's work to support human rights and rule of law around the world. It would hamper the ICC's efforts to prosecute serious atrocities that have wrecked lives and destabilized countries in many places around the world, from Ukraine to Uganda to Darfur. NGOs would be chilled from sharing evidence of the grave crimes committed in these places. Many of us celebrated in March of 2023 when the ICC's judges issued arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin and another senior Russian official for abducting thousands of Ukrainian children. Congress even passed legislation to enable the United States to provide financial support to and share information with the ICC to investigate and prosecute Putin and his regime for their heinous crimes in Ukraine. This bill we are considering today would undermine that work and rob it of its legitimacy. If passed, this misguided legislation would bluntly curtail our ability to engage the ICC, to advance our interests in supporting justice and accountability, and crucially, to share relevant information with our partners and allies. Speaking of our allies, this bill is so absurdly broad that it would sanction our own allies. This would sanction our own allies. Read the bill. Read the bill. Our allies would be sanctioned for supporting the ICC if this were to pass. The largest funders of the ICC are America's closest allies, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan. As drafted, the leaders of these countries would be sanctioned for providing material assistance to the ICC. That's truly nuts. Doesn't make any sense to me. The legislative bodies of these countries could also be sanctioned for appropriating funds to the ICC. And by some interpretations, interparliamentary travel to Europe could become a sanctionable activity. Did anybody think this through? Is sanctioning the leaders of our closest friends and allies really the best we can do here? Not only that, this sanctions over 900 members from approximately 100 countries at the court, from judges and prosecutors to administrative staff, including nationals of close U.S. allies and partners who collectively work to prosecute war criminals all around the globe. The language in this bill is so broad that even cafeteria workers and janitors, even their families, could be construed as having, quote, supported or materially assisted in these prosecutions by providing services to the ICC. This is nuts. This is nuts. And what would happen next? I can tell you, Mr. Speaker. American companies would be banned from doing business with the ICC if its top officials are sanctioned, and their Chinese competitors would rush in to fill the gap. Not only does this undermine America's interests, it bolsters Russia and it helps China. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad bill. Not only is it a bad bill, but nobody had any opportunity at all to amend it. This is being brought to the floor under a completely closed process. So all the faults that I have just outlined, we can't address them. We can't address them because of the way this majority is bringing this bill to the floor. 0 amendments are allowed because Republicans brought it up under a closed rule. And again, another wasted opportunity. So we can do better, Mr. Speaker. And in my opinion, behind-the-scenes diplomacy with the International Criminal Court alongside our partners is far more likely to yield a result than the approach put forward by this bill. You know, I oppose this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I reserve my time.
And the gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the other side's statement is as untrue now as it was when he gave the same speech a few months ago on this very floor. And I would say the message is clear to everybody. Don't get in America's way as we are trying to work with our allies to get our Americans home and our allies home. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, on October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists brutally murdered and kidnapped hundreds of innocent Israelis. Over a year later, Hamas still holds hostages, some dead, but many alive. Israel, in response to these truly horrific attacks, has defended itself from Hamas and other Iranian terrorist proxies. I would have expected the international community to unequivocally condemn these barbaric terrorist attacks by Hamas and support Israel's fight for survival. However, corrupt international organizations like the International Criminal Court have issued arrest warrants against Israeli officials for simply trying to defend themselves and defend their country. The ICC's anti-Semitism speaks volumes. This is an unacceptable attack against our greatest ally, and the United States must make it clear that those who participate in this illegitimate prosecutions from the ICC are subject to the strongest possible sanctions. America needs leadership, and this is where we need it. I urge you and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand with Israel and to vote for H.R. 23. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentleman yields back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the United States of America stands for anything, we need to stand out loud and foursquare for human rights. And that means we have to hold ourselves accountable, we have to hold our allies accountable, and we have to hold our adversaries accountable when they don't live up to those standards. And the International Criminal Court is there to hold countries accountable and to hold entities accountable when they commit human rights crimes. They're there to investigate and they're there to prosecute. And for us in Congress to get involved in sanctioning the ICC because, you know, we don't like the fact that they're pointing out some of the serious issues in Gaza committed by one of our closest allies. For us to sanction them because of that undermines the court, undermines our credibility in the world, undermines our credibility on human rights. Why would we do that? This bill does nothing to help get the hostages released. Nothing at all. And again, let me be clear, all of us should be saying as loudly as we possibly can that all the hostages should be released immediately and unconditionally. And Hamas is, you know, they have arrest warrants out for the leadership of Hamas precisely because of what happened on October 7th. The ICC wants to hold them accountable. But what we're doing here, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. And again, the bill as it is written is so flawed. Again, if it maybe went through regular order, if you brought it to the Rules Committee and we made a few amendments in order, we might actually have, you know, we might have been able to fix some of the flaws that I pointed out. But instead, you know, keeping to the tradition of this Republican leadership, which oversaw the most closed Congress in the history of the United States in the last session, I guess we're going to expect more of the same. You take it or leave it, my way or the highway. You know, this is about a soundbite, I guess, more than it is about trying to achieve peace in the Middle East or trying to get the release of our hostages or trying to uphold a high standard of human rights. I find this really disappointing. I really do. And again, I said at the opening of my statement to the new chairman, I hope that we can find areas where we can work together to help improve the quality of life for people all around the world. But this bill is not going to do that. And I think we could do so much better here. And, you know, this is not about whether you support Israel or not. This is a whole different discussion that we're having here today. This is about whether you want to delegitimize the International Criminal Court, a court, by the way, which many Republicans supported when it went after Bashir in Darfur and Putin for kidnapping the Russian children. Again, we're entering a very dangerous time where we're bringing legislation to the floor to demagogue issues rather than to be constructive. We've got to take a deep breath around here because some of the stuff that's come to this floor really is beneath this institution. And I regret that we're doing this here today. I urge everybody, and I hope some of my Republican colleagues will join with us in opposing this legislation. We can do better. We need to do better. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill sends an incredibly important message across the globe when we make this law. Do not get in the way of America or our allies trying to bring our people home. Don't get in our way. You will be given no quarter, and again, you will certainly not be welcomed to American soil. This bill is even more urgent today than when it was first passed back in June of last year. In June, the ICC's prosecutor had just only requested warrants. The warrants had not yet been issued or approved. There was still time for the ICC to abandon this shameful effort. Instead, the ICC's attempt to obstruct Israel's right to defend itself has only prolonged the war and prevented the release of American hostages by boosting the morale of Hamas. If you're boosting the morale of Hamas, you are on the other team. And in November, the ICC's pretrial chamber approved the arrest warrants. We have to pass this bill today to prevent this travesty from moving any further and to deter any more illegitimate actions by this kangaroo court, to halt or stall the military success of our allies trying to bring hostages home, both American and Israeli and others. For that reason, I call on every single one of my colleagues to put America first by voting for this legislation today, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida say?
I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the votes for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Will report the resolution.
House Resolution 22, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is without objection. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 23, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 23, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, 243 yeas, 140 nays, 1 present. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose? The gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek to recognize? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the memory of Sharon Payne, a mother, grandmother, and dedicated teacher. I was one of her lucky students to have learned from Mrs. Payne. In elementary, she instructed us all in our first rendition of America the Beautiful. She gave me my first piano lessons. She taught us all how to cheer on the Iowa Hawkeyes. And most importantly, she bonded a diverse group of young people together with the fundamentals for life, working together to make something beautiful. Ms. Payne will be greatly missed, and she is left behind by a great legacy, her husband Craig, Laura, and Brant, and your amazing family. To all of your friends from Southeast Polk, all the students you taught, and all the lives you continue to inspire, we wish you the best, Mrs. Payne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the new governor of Puerto Rico, my Caribbean sister and former member of Congress, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon. I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on her remarkable work while a member here in this body. As co-chairs of the Rum Caucus, the first caucus dedicated to promoting the rum industry, we successfully advocated for the rum cover-over legislation, which increased the amount of tax revenue generated from the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and rum that was sold in the mainland. Additionally, I'm grateful for our bipartisan efforts to improve security in the Caribbean, ensuring that federal agencies are properly equipped to hold drug traffickers accountable. And of course, our work together to change the Stafford Act in 2018 after the devastating hurricanes of Irma and Maria in our districts, which has brought billions of dollars to rebuild both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Although her presence will be missed in Congress, I look forward to seeing the incredible impact she will have in her new role as Governor of Puerto Rico. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day to thank the great law enforcement heroes who put their life on the line every day for the people of Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District. We are blessed to have so many great police departments within our district, as well as 11 fantastic sheriffs that work tirelessly for us every single day. I would like to give a special shout out to each of our sheriffs. Brown County Sheriff Todd Delane, Outagamie County Sheriff Sheriff Clint Krewald, Oconto County Sheriff Todd Scarbin, Wapaka County Sheriff Tim Wills, Door County Sheriff Tammy Sternard, Kewaunee County Sheriff Matt Joski, Shawano County Sheriff George Lesner, Marinette County Sheriff Randy Miller, Calumet County Sheriff Brett Bowe, Menominee County Sheriff Rebecca Smith, Winnebago County Sheriff John Matz. Thank you all for what you do for the people of Northeast Wisconsin on this National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and every day. Let's all remember to thank a law enforcement officer for keeping us safe. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today our nation paid tribute to the life and works of President Jimmy James Earl Carter here in the nation's capital. The ceremony was beautiful, appropriate, uplifting, and hopeful. I had the privilege of serving him during his term in the White House, and I can attest to the man he was: faithful, honorable, patriotic, measured, disciplined, and pensive, with a most genial, broad smile that came from growing up in a real community of family and friends. He was selfless and true, an American patriot, a graduate of the Naval Academy, in the top 10% of his class, and a dear friend of Admiral Hyman Rickover, the father of our nuclear Navy, who selected him among the best of individuals in our nation. The President founded the Department of Energy and the U.S. Department of Education because he wanted to help with America's future security. And I shall never forget the hope we all felt witnessing history when President Carter negotiated the historic peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, with Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat standing next to him on the lawn of the White House. And finally, his brilliant national security team, led by Zbigniew Brzezinski, that set in place the dominoes that would ultimately result in the collapse of the Soviet Union, starting in Poland in 1989 and then 1991, the entire USSR, giving millions of people a chance to have liberty for the first time in 100 years or more. I want to yield back my time and say that I believe that President Carter will go down in history like President Truman, an honest man who, when he finished his service, went back home to a place called Plains, Georgia, where he and Rosalind, his wife, and family lived out their years in a brick home that they built themselves when they were first married. He was not interested in money. He was not interested in power. He was interested in preserving this republic and strengthening it. His life is a lesson to all. I yield back.
Was Tennessee? What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I will say that you're doing an excellent job. I've been here, this is my 7th year, and I've not been asked to do that, probably for good reason. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of a very dear friend of mine, Lillian Bain. She passed away at the age of 81. She was the former Knox County Circuit General Sessions and Juvenile Court Clerk, an office she held for 18 years. She served with great integrity and pride and was truly a public servant. She was one of the people. Lillian was a great leader in the Republican Party in Knox County, so much so she earned the nickname, and she really did earn this name, the Bean Machine. Lillian also had a bean soup recipe that she would can and give out to folks she cared about, and I was the recipient of that, and my family was many times. She served as president of Knoxville Women's Club and was given the honor of Woman of the Year 3 times by the Knoxville Women's Club for her volunteer spirit. If someone's name was in the paper, Lillian would clip it out and send it to that person, and I was fortunate enough to receive that many times, and just to let them know that she had read about them. She always had little ways to show people that she cared and they felt it. Lillian was a proud Baptist, and I have no doubt that the Lord welcomed her with open arms, a smile on his face, and she will truly be missed. I think the first thing she heard was, "Well done, thy good and faithful servant," when she closed her eyes for the first time. Her and her husband Richard have been dear friends of mine, and as a matter of fact, at their daughter's wedding, it was the last time I ever saw my parents healthy, and that was a wonderful time. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and edit my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of Sandra Mae King Hall. Sandra was born in Fresno, California. After graduating from San Joaquin Memorial High School, she pursued a career in real estate, investment, property management, and newspaper distribution. Sandra played a critical role in protecting local journalism with her husband, Frank Hall. She operated a newspaper distributorship, providing local news to Pleasant Hill, California residents from 1977 to 2009. Sandra also received numerous accolades for her contributions to the community, including being selected as former Congressman George Miller's delegate at the 1986 White House Conference on Small Business. Outside of her work as a small business owner, Sandra loved music, travel, and giving back to her community and family. Sadly, Sandra passed away last year at the age of 77. She will be remembered for her entrepreneurial spirit, sense of humor, and remarkable leadership. Please join me in recognizing Sandra Hall for her many contributions to her community. I will miss her and miss her friendship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. California's on fire once again, only now, instead of burning up the red counties and the forested areas to the north, it's devastating portions of Los Angeles. Everybody's seeing it on the news. Every year we know the Santa Ana winds are going to blow. Every year we know that there's going to be risk. So what is our governor doing to help stop the risk? Virtually nothing, other than showing up at press conferences and waving his arms around and having long practiced monologues about, oh, it's someone else's fault, this or that. So it's time for the governor to either bear down or get out of the way, because California keeps suffering. My county's up north, Carr Fire, Camp Fire, Dixie Fire, 1 million acres, and now it's hitting the constituents of Southern California hard. Why does this have to keep happening? Why is not anything being done to really mitigate the issue of forest management, of brush management, and lower the risk? Why is the water being cut off at the hydrants? Is it because he won't allow us to build the water storage we need for a growing population and for growing crops? We need to build Sites Reservoir. We need to raise Shasta Dam. We need to not let all the water keep rushing out to the Pacific Ocean through the Delta to supposedly save a smelt that doesn't exist. We need to get cracking on this. Governor Newsom, either get at it or get out of the way.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, all rise. The atmosphere in the courtroom was full of emotion as Senior Resident Superior Court Judge Cy Grant took his seat on the bench to preside. In a historic moment for North Carolina, a father and daughter would share the honor of being sworn in as district court judges. The ceremony was inspiring, with Chief District Court Judge Teresa Freeman administering the oath of office to Judge Rob Lewis, who then had the cherished privilege of swearing in his daughter, Takia Lewis Blaylock, with her husband Nick and children at her side. Judge Lewis gave his daughter a heartfelt hug as she donned her robe. The courtroom erupted in applause. Judge Blaylock's son, Preston, spoke with great admiration for his mother, while Judge Lewis broke down in tears, reminiscing how as a child she had envisioned them practicing together. There was a special recognition of a friend, Judge Brenda Branch. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate this dynamic father-daughter duo for making history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? From Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a true American success story, a company that I'm proud to say resides in the 6th Congressional District of Texas, Caterpillar Incorporated. This week kicks off a celebration of 100 years of hard work, innovation, and industry leadership by this iconic company. In 1925, the Holt Manufacturing Company and the C.L. Best Tractor Company came together to form what is now known as Caterpillar. Since then, they've been at the forefront of building the machines that build the world. From their fast-track type tractors pulling harvesters in California's fields to the cutting-edge autonomous equipment and engines they produce today, Caterpillar has shaped how we work, live, and connect. In Texas, where we pride ourselves on dreaming big and building even bigger, Caterpillar's role is front and center. Their equipment helps pave the roads, build the bridges, and support the energy project that power not just our state, but the entire country. They're not just part of the Texas story, they'll help them write it. A company that has helped build our entire nation could be located anywhere, but they're located in Texas. As Caterpillar celebrates 100 years, I want to extend my appreciation to their team for all they have accomplished to help our communities and our country thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Your turn.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dr. Dmitry Kuznetsov for his 23 years of service to our country. While Dmitry's name might not be in the headlines, the impact of his life will be felt across our nation forever. As Undersecretary for Science and Technology at the Department of Homeland Security, Dmitry has been at the helm of cutting-edge innovation, pushing the boundaries of technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and cybersecurity, tools that protect American lives and keep us ahead of our adversaries. At the Department of Energy, Dmitry was the chief scientist for the NNSA and also stood up the Office of Artificial Intelligence Technologies. As he retires, I truly wish him the greatest journey in the next chapter of his life. My friend, fair winds and following seas. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Swikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and for the gentleman from Pennsylvania. A bit of reference. In the old days, when we were put in the chair, particularly when we were freshmen, it's because we had been annoying to the Speaker. So if anyone remembers that. And to the clerk staff, I love you, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry, we're about to do a whole bunch of math and a lot of numbers really fast. But it's where we're at. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm going to try to do today is basically sell two ideas. One is, and I want to be honest and careful in this, because my goal is not to be sarcastic, not to be a jerk, but walk through the scale just the scale of the borrowing, the debt problem, of our demographics, what's really going on. So I'm going to actually walk through just a couple examples of solutions we get from our wonderful, brilliant constituents and sort of explain they're probably things we should do, but they're tiny rounding errors. People don't understand. I think annually we expect to borrow about $7 billion a day. I think so far this fiscal year we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. The second thing, it's incredibly important, and if there's a staffer out there or a freshman member of Congress, burn what we're going to talk about into your consciousness. The United States, what's the greatest, at least economic threat I think we have for this government, for many ways the country? Interest. We are what's called interest fragile. I'm going to show you some charts where tiny movements on U.S. sovereign debt become trillions and trillions of dollars. Our model basically says we're going to refinance almost $10 trillion this year and add another, two and a third trillion of virgin or new borrowing. And so small bits of interest. So when you hear someone talk about things like the debt ceiling, you got to understand you're weaving a needle while jogging, because you got to deal with it in a way where how do you communicate and do actual policy? It communicates to the world debt markets. The United States is taking its debt seriously and understands the scale of the problem. And then also, while extending that debt ceiling in a way that also doesn't blow you up. And I've had some of my brothers and sisters who go, just don't raise it. Okay, great. Do you think you're ever getting a mortgage again? Do you ever think you're getting a car loan again? Do you understand what would happen to the world economy going boom and interest rates exploding when all of a sudden the United States is no longer creditworthy? Because that's what it means. And remember, one of my predictions for this year is there's three big rating agencies, S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. Moody's is the only one that has not downgraded U.S. debt yet. I predict to you before this year's over, Moody's, so all three will have downgraded U.S. sovereign debt. My other prediction is before this spring is over, the United States will cross over to 5% interest, and if it holds there, I'm going to show you how devastating that math absolutely is. The clown show has to come to an end. People need to understand, if you're a member of Congress, you are the board of the biggest economy in the world. You got to start learning your math, because at the end of the day, the math will always win. So let's do some basic things. Now, first off, part of what I'm doing, the reason I'm doing this is I'm also trying to make the moral argument of doing the really hard thing in reconciliation. The really hard thing is also the best economics. If you give a darn about your retirement, my 2.5-year-old boy's economic future, the country, and forgive me, I'm still working through my lung issues. You got to do the hard thing. So CBO and then my joint economic economists actually worked through some math and saying, what would happen, because we have all these expiring provisions of TCJA, the 2017 tax reform. And if you extend them all, so the individuals, the pass-throughs, the small business, the subchapter S's, the partnerships, if you extend those tax provisions, over 10 years, it's about $4.6 trillion of revenue that would have come in because of the increased taxes, because of the expired provisions. What is this body able to do to find policies to offset that spending? Well, it turns out CBO, and as I know this chart's a little hard to read, but the punchline on it is if you functionally extend the tax policy, but you pay for it through the decade, you actually get more economic growth, that the economy actually grows. And people go, what, but you reached in and pulled money out to pay for the offsets. The idea is by doing that, you didn't deficit finance it, where you're paying interest, where you're making the debt markets more fragile, and you're also pulling $4.6 trillion additional capital out of the debt markets that could have gone into you buying a new car or the business buying new plant and equipment. This is hard because around here talking about we're going to modernize how we deliver healthcare. We're going to modernize public agencies. We're going to reduce spending by doing it better, faster, and cheaper. There's an army of lobbyists outside the hallway here who are paid to protect their current business models. How many folks do we meet from the agencies and the public employee unions that get all upset, particularly at me when I'm doing these presentations of, here we could use technology, we can use AI, these other things to reduce the size and cost and make government much more responsive. And then they send nasty letters and those things into your district and complain about you. But we don't have a choice. So let's walk through. So the facts are on our side. Those folks that run around here and say, we need to extend tax policy, we need to protect the border, we need to actually do all these things. But you can't create an additional fiscal rat hole and expect you're going to throw this back onto the world debt markets. My reason I want you to think about this, I'm going to show you a couple charts in a little while that where interest rates were on U.S. sovereigns way back when. Let's go back to like December. So a few weeks ago. Yesterday, the 20-year U.S. bond actually crossed over 5% for a while. If 5%, and understand, if anyone with gray hair, you understand 5% is actually lower than the historical average of the previous few decades. If we were just go to 5%, you're going to see that's almost just shy of an additional $9 trillion in debt, double of everything we're talking about doing in reconciliation. So just doing this and communicating to the debt markets that we're serious about what's going on, because the uncomfortable truth, and I'm going to show it again, and it seems to hurt people's feelings, almost 100% of the debt for the next 10 years is interest and Medicare. We got older. Baby boomers are moving into their earned benefits. We didn't have enough children to backfill. Starting in 1990, fertility rates started to roll over. Healthcare got much more expensive. And we're almost terrified to basically say almost every dime of debt from today through the next 30 years is interest and demographics. And the political class, the press, the dopamine hits on cable television, this and that, telling true math doesn't make you popular, but it does make you honest. So let's actually walk through a couple examples. And once again, I got to be careful because these are not meant to be snarky. They're basically a thought experiment of what you hear members walk behind these microphones saying things that, great, they're wonderful, maybe we should do them, but they have tiny effects on the survival of this republic. So let's actually walk through, just explain what I'm talking about. Okay, let's walk through the impact of borrowing. We're using this fiscal year, what we've been borrowing per day, per hour, per minute, per second. But we're going to walk through, and I'm using the clock face, and these are 12-hour clocks, so you got to picture two clock faces. I'm trying to make some way where you make things with lots of zeros understandable. So let's actually, and this is one of my favorite ones. So back in December, we sent out some things, and we got members of our community to throw back ideas. And one of the favorite ones was get rid of congressional salaries. Okay. In my heart of heart, I actually think we're overpaid for the quality of our work product. So maybe that's what we should do. But you get rid of every congressional salary. That's Senate here, just get rid of all of it. It's actually about, over a fiscal year, it's about $1.9 billion. It's a lot of money. Okay? for an entire year's borrowing, for the entire year, it would cover 6.4 hours. Yay! We made a big impact. We covered 6.4 hours of an entire year's worth of borrowing. Okay, so that's sort of silly, but that's one of the key responses we got. I think actually may say more about what they think about me. All right, so let's actually do another one that came back to us from our constituent surveys. Emergency services for undocumented migrants. This is basically Obamacare subsidies, healthcare spending for those who are here undocumented. They're illegal. Now, most of this turns out we believe to be Obamacare subsidies. You will hear member after member after member and people on television, the talking hosts, you'll hear it on conservative talk radio. If we just didn't spend money, okay. So we actually did this thing called research, where we actually looked up the actual facts and the math. And it's about $2.7 billion for the entire year. So we get rid of it, and we probably should, but it's 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. Yet how many times will you hear people say this in front of microphones? Stopping healthcare subsidies for those who are here undocumented, here illegally, is 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. And there's our problem. We have people doing theater over honest math. So let's do another one. One of my particular favorites. Let's get rid of the Department of Education. And actually, I'm a big fan because there's, you know, if you believe in the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, why is this here at the federal government? Yes, but a big portion of their 4,500 employees is actually debt management, but that can be actually done by, you know, other agencies we have that actually have high-skill folks to manage receivables, those things, bank. But if you got rid of all those 4,500 employees at the Department of Education, great! Turns out to be about $2.75 billion over an entire year you just covered. Functionally, 9 hours of borrowing. Now, how many people have you heard come behind these microphones or on conservative talk radio or other things that are saying, if we get rid of we're going to get rid of the Department of Education? Great! And then the conversation moves on to something else because they act like they've covered the debt. There's this lack of understanding. We're borrowing about $70,000 a second. So let's go on to another one we get of. Let's get rid of the UN. Now, I've done this a couple times, and when I did it before, the total spend on the United Nations was $18.1 billion, but that was actually in the 2023 fiscal year. But that had a bunch of the new construction for the 2024 fiscal year, which has ended already. We spent $12.9 billion on the UN, or maybe it's in this fiscal year, that's what we have appropriated. Okay, $12.9 billion is a lot of money. Let's just get rid of it. We won't, and I'm not going to even give you the other chart that shows you that how much all these foreign diplomats and stuff pay into taxes in their things they buy, the rent, and those things in New York City. Who cares? Okay, but that 12.9 gets me 43 hours. So basically a day and 3/4 of borrowing. And my point is I'm trying to walk through that we're going to probably have to do lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of these things. Start demanding from the people who are standing up in front of you saying, here's what I care about. We're going to take on the debt and deficits, have them understand their math. So how about Ukraine aid? Okay, I think this is on for this fiscal year. So the appropriation lineup is $21.8 billion. Okay, that gets us 3 days of borrowing. And you hear these crazy numbers being thrown out. Turns out now this is both humanitarian and I think actually the other term I often listen, but it's things that provides equipment. Often it's equipment we were depreciated out, we're going to get rid of, we send on to them. So this is both categories in that number of the 21.8. But it's 3 days. So let's actually even add a little bit. Let's go grander. Let's go much more bigly. Is that, I think, a pop culture term these days? Let's just get rid of all foreign aid. I cannot tell you how many times I run into folks back home and say, David, I'm so concerned about the debt and deficit. You know, we can balance everything if we just get rid of foreign aid. Okay. Interesting math. So we did the math. Here's the 57.25 that's going to foreign aid. It's a week of borrowing. Does anyone see the point I'm trying to make? You start to add up all these. And I think on all of those, we got ourselves to, what, a week and a half? We added up all the ideas that came into our office. And I think we got up to like 3 weeks of borrowing. There seems to be this lack of understanding. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed, every dime of non-defense discretionary, and this year, I'm doing this off the top of my head, which is always dangerous, I think it's about $400-some billion of what we call earned benefits, mandatory spending, is borrowed money. And trying to just demonstrate, so there's this term we do, on-budget receipts. Okay, you got your paycheck. You look at your paycheck. Here's what went to FICA. Well, that's your Social Security contribution, a little bit of your Medicare Part A contribution, maybe a little bit of unemployment disability. Okay. That's sort of considered off-budget tax contributions. That's coming from your FICA tax. The other part is your income tax, capital gains tax, all the other things. That's this blue here. To give you an idea, net interest this fiscal year, the interest we pay back to the people who've been kind enough to buy our bonds. And remember, China is not the #1 owner of bonds. I think now it's Japan, and China's been actually rolling off its bonds for like 3-4 years. I think they're somewhere now in the $800-900 billion range. Of the 36 trillion in debt we have, remember about 28-29 trillion of that is what we sell out to the market. The others we borrow internally. So we borrow the Social Security Trust Fund, we borrow other monies internally, but we still have to pay interest. Which is, you remember, we're one of the only countries in the world that engages in this scam of saying, well, it's only the publicly borrowed money. No, because you owe interest, you're not going to pay your interest back to Social Security? Of course you are. But the point of this chart is trying to say accounting accounts for 24% of all those tax receipts we take in that aren't Social Security, aren't part of those payroll tax. 24% is just going to pay interest, and that's this year. And the crazy thing is these numbers were scored when we thought the mean interest on U.S. sovereign debt was going to be somewhere around the 3 and 3.25. Have you seen what's happened the last 3 weeks? Did I mention a moment ago that the 20-year bond yesterday went over 5%? This number is about to explode on us. It's called interest fragility. And yet, how many idiots like me have come behind the microphone and said, do you understand how dangerous it is if we make the debt markets nervous because we're incompetent? So let's do one more of these. Just to make the point, so this is the tax receipts, fiscal year 24. Okay, so it's a fixed number. That's the last fiscal year. The red here, that's the Social Security taxes, Medicare Part A, da-da-da-da. This was everything else. So even in that case, it's still basically 24% of it's still 24 here. I just did this chart so you could see, when you hear someone talk about total tax receipts, this is obligated to earned benefits. And oddly enough, this number isn't big enough to cover the earned benefits. That's why every month, Social Security has to present its special T-bills to Treasury, cash in. So remember, Social Security does not add to the debt. Cashing in their special T-bills and the Treasury having to finance it and give the money back to Social Security does add to the debt. Just, you remember there's 2 steps in there. So back to the oldie but goodie. You see everything in red? That's on autopilot. Your member of Congress doesn't even vote on it. What's in blue? Non-defense, defense, all borrowed. And a whole wedge of this over here. So understand the scale. And look, it's hard to see 12 zeros in your head, but that's just $1 trillion. We're probably going to borrow $2.33 trillion this year. And we have these debates and discussions. Oh, we're going to have to do reconciliation. Yes, of course we are. We still don't have 60 votes in the Senate. If we're going to move policy, of course we are. But understand the fiscal implications if we don't do it right. Does the debt markets and those demand a premium because you see what's going on around the world? What happened in Great Britain this summer? What they do to the gild? What happened in France a couple of weeks ago? What's happening in Germany right now? What's happening in Canada? What happened in South Korea? All over the world you see governments falling, and one of the primary reasons they're falling is they actually tried to engage in some fiscal constraint. Are we going to be elegant enough to do it in a way where we can explain to the American people, if we do something smart today, we do not get crushed tomorrow? But small movements in interest rates start to consume everything in this government. And so here's an example. And this is, so I told you the 20-year yesterday went over 5%. Futures market, if anyone's a real geek, if you take a look at futures market on the 10-year sovereign, some of the futures market between now and through spring actually expect a 5% interest rate. If that 5%, and remember, that's still, what, a point and a quarter lower than the historic average when you get rid of the previous decade, which was just sort of fake interest rates. If we were to go to 5% on U.S. debt, that's actually fairly normal. And that gets built in. Remember, we bring about $10 trillion to refinance, and the new so 5%. We go from a $13 trillion, almost $14 trillion debt expectation at current interest rates over the next 10 years to 22.7. It's almost $9 trillion additional from where interest rates were in December to where it looks like interest rates are going to be this spring. You just added $9 trillion in additional interest. That's called interest rate fragility. That is double just the interest rate exposure going back to even something that's below historic norm is double everything we're talking about doing in tax reform, of extending the TCJA 2017 tax policy. It's double. This should be scaring the crap out of people around here. Why am I the only idiot running around with charts saying, are you paying attention to this? Are you watching what's happening in world debt markets right now? Does this make anyone nervous? Some of the articles are basically saying bond markets around the world are getting nervous loaning to sovereigns because they keep borrowing like crazy. Well, what's going on in China where they're borrowing like crazy? We're borrowing like crazy. There's only so much borrowable money in the world, and we're chewing it up. And the point of this one was, if we were to pretend, ignore the law, and just extend our spending policies we have today in functionally 9 budget years, 9.2% of the entire economy is just interest. We expect almost 7% of this year to be borrowing. But the concept of just your, let me rephrase it because I just screwed that up. 9.2% of the entire economy will be debt, not interest. Debt. A couple of our economists basically say we're going to borrow about 7% of the entire economy this year. If we don't start to stabilize that and roll it down you hit this interest spiral into the ground, because I'm going to show you a couple charts here should scare the crap out of you of how much of the taxes we take in from hardworking people, from things, is just paying interest. So let's make that a little more understandable. Mr. Speaker, some of us with gray hair sort of remember, Mr. Green laughs at me, there's this thing called the 70s, 80s, 90s, even 2000s before the Great Recession, and mean interest rates on U.S. debt was about 6. Okay, so just an example what it means when you're carrying 36 trillion in debt. And understand, we're adding another trillion in debt about every 125 days. Let's say that again. Every 125 days, we basically tacking on another $1 trillion of borrowing. But if we went back to a historic average of 6, it'd be 11% of GDP in a decade. Oh, what if we went up to 9, which we had back in the 70s and 80s? You're at 18%. We're playing really dangerous games here. We've almost made the decision to make the world debt markets the ones in charge of America. Every second, we're borrowing about $70,000. Do you not think the retired couple, the foreign government, the big business, the rich person who are buying U.S. savings bonds, are you pretending they don't actually sort of care about what we do here and that we're going to make sure they get their money back? Or is it just all magic money? But understand what that 6%, and this is sort of the punchline of what I'm trying to communicate here. By 2034, that's 9 budget years from now, debt servicing at 6%, so back even below the historic average, rates would consume 45% of all tax receipts. Let's do that again. Imagine a world where 45% of all tax receipts that come into the government just are paying interest. Take this seriously. Look, I have a 9-year-old and my wife, who's exactly my age. We also adopted another little boy, same birth mom. He's 2.5, cutest kid you've ever met. The little girl is brilliant and very loud. The math basically says my kids, your kids, will be part of the first generation in America to actually be poor. And to give you an idea how that math works, when little Matthew, who's 2.5 right now, basically is 23, 24. If you wanted to maintain baseline services in America as they are today, U.S. tax rates, every U.S. tax rate, tariffs, corporate, individual, everything has to double. 100% increase. And it's not pretend, it's called math. There's these little things you punch in, you can put batteries in them. Hell, you probably have one on your phone. It's math. But we're terrified to tell our voters the truth. Because people raise their eyebrows and get upset when you say, look, we got old as a society, we didn't have as many children, we made lots of promises and we never set aside enough money for them. But we can disrupt the cost if we're willing to adopt modernization. You can cut stunning amounts of money from the delivery of health care, not by cutting services, but by adopting technology. Except once again, the lobbyists are in the hallway to stop you from doing that because it would make them change their bureaucracies and their business models. But a number like this should make us all pucker. That if we just went back to normal interest rates, in 9 years, 45% of all of our tax receipts go into just interest. That's called interest fragility. It's the single thing that scares me the most in the society is we're no longer in charge. We've basically made the decision the debt markets are. So let's actually get a little more dystopian. And part of this is to make an impact. What if we went to 9% interest? It's happened. What would happen? Can you read this number? 83% of all tax receipts would go just to interest. And here's the reality of today. For every dollar we take in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. Yet, what we call discretionary, military has been substantially flat. All other non-defense discretionary is basically flat. Almost all the growth is two things: been healthcare and interest. Well, we can't do anything about interest. You know, the deal is the deal is the deal when we sell a bond. And healthcare, well, there's an army of lobbyists, once again, outside these walls, who will beat the absolute living blank out of us when we ask them to modernize, actually use technology. Even our brothers and sisters here are often defending not last decade's, but the decade before that's business models within healthcare. We don't have a choice. Open up your brains, hire a computer brain, hire some kid who's a data analyst, scientist, and start walking through the facts of what's going on, and then we have to do hard things. We're going to have to do a revolution on... Have you seen the numbers coming out of Medicare Advantage? Have anyone taken a look at those Wall Street Journal articles from the last year of the billions and billions and billions that they're documenting are functionally fraud and abuse? Are we going to be honest about it? And there's ways elegantly to fix it without beating the crap out of everyone. We just need to recognize our own problems. But once again, for every dollar the United States takes in tax receipts, we spend $1.39. And right now I need to go back to an oldie but a goodie, and I've done entire floor presentations repeatedly on this. You take all the tax hike proposals of our brothers and sisters on the left and score them for their economic effects, it produced about 1.5 points of GDP of new tax receipts. You take, for our side, all the cuts we've talked about, almost all of them being in non-defense discretionary. It's about 1 point of GDP. Add those two together, that's what? 2.5. Congratulations. So everything the talking heads here do behind these microphones is 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% this year of the entire economy. And here's your crisis. The solutions sound really good in a television commercial, maybe an interview on cable television, and they're crap math. They don't get you anywhere close with what's necessary, because it turns out the actual scale of the math, it's so far beyond just raise people's taxes, just slash and burn this. You need a revolution on how we deliver on our commitments. And why is that harder? I still can't get my head around here why that's harder. And once again, the single chart that makes people most angry. And it's already a year out of date. The numbers right now are much worse. CBO predicts that deficits of $115 trillion over 2024 to 2054. Social Security, Medicare, $124 trillion deficit. The rest of the budget has a $9 trillion surplus. See this? The spending and the interest cover. Spending and interest cover. Remember, Social Security has about 9 more years and the trust fund's empty. Are we going to fix it? Are we allowed to talk about it? But if you talk about it, the Democrats are going to run nasty ads about you. So somehow they're comfortable with the immorality of in 9 years we're going to double senior poverty in America. Because that's what's happening. But you're not allowed to talk about it because they'll attack you. Well, they spent, what, a couple million beating the crap out of me on because I care about saving Social Security. I care about not doubling senior poverty. Somehow lying about it is the political tactic of this place. They care so much more about power than saving our brothers and sisters. You already have a crisis right now of baby boomers. Inflation pushing them out of their housing. We see it, I think it was last year I saw the statistic on baby boomers, doubling of homelessness because they're being priced out of their homes because of inflation. That's the morality of this place, because we do crap economics. because we make public policy by our feelings instead of math. But the reality of it, if you look at the CBO projection, now this is a year and a half ago, so inflation, it's trimmed off a bit from their numbers. Interest rates substantially higher. These numbers are going to pop when they redo them because of the higher interest rates. Off of I was trying to do it, it's dangerous when I try to do these things off the top of my head, but I was coming in about 133, 136 trillion of borrowing over the 30 years because of the higher interest rates, and could be substantially higher if we were actually truly at 5 or 6. The point is debate after debate after debate after debate. We stand here and we argue about the non-defense discretionary, which is like 13% of the spending. And even in this projection, it actually grows slower than tax receipts. So we're going to head towards doing reconciliation. We're going to try to do policy. We have a new president coming in that has a vision of growth for the country. Are we, as the board of directors, as the founding fathers designed it, going to step up and do our job and actually save the future? Are we going to avoid the hardest thing we do, and that's telling the truth to our voters, and maybe even telling the truth to each other? There's still hope. But one of our economists actually has this chart he's been working and saying, you may only have 3 or 4 more years if interest rates keep moving up, where it's almost too late. You can't work yourself out of the higher interest rate cycle, because the additional debt, the interest rate, the additional debt, the interest rate. And I think it was a year ago, we actually had a couple months, 3 or 4 months, where we had to borrow money to cover our borrowing. Mr. Speaker, there's hope. There's a way to make the math work. There's a way to do it in a moral fashion. It's just when you have a complex problem, turns out the solutions are complex. Is the modern Congress capable of doing complexity? With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today in the name of government of the people, by the people, for the people. Not government of the oligarchs, by the oligarchs, for the oligarchs, or for the plutocrats. And I surely do not rise in the name of government by the mob, for the mob. No, I rise in the name of government of the people, by the people, for the people. And today, as I rise, I'm going to give 2 reasons, 2 important reasons, why Vice President Harris presided over a Republican certification process earlier this week. Stated differently, I'm going to give 2 important reasons why Democrats did not get the most electoral votes. But first, allow me to commend Vice President Harris for leading the United States of America, our country, back to the moral high ground. I was proud to be here. In fact, I was seated on this very row at the very end. Proud to be here when the doors opened and the words were spoken. the Vice President of the United States and the Senate. And there she stood. She came forward. As she came forward, she was quite statuesque, comely, courtly. She looked almost majestic as she walked in. And as she moved down toward the front of the room, I, in my mind, recited a part of the 23rd Psalm. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. I'm not saying that she was walking through the valley of the shadow of death. What I am saying is, I knew that if she could walk through the valley of the shadow of death and fear no evil, surely she could walk through the halls of Congress and fear no evil. And as she moved forward, I was taken to a point in my life when a song meant something to me. The song was, "You'll Never Walk Alone." She walked forward, never to walk alone. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high. Don't be afraid of the dark. And then near the last stanza, the words are, walk on through the winds of life. I'm paraphrasing. Walk on through the storms of life, and you'll never walk alone. She proceeded up to the dais. And as she stood there, announcing the number of electoral votes from the various states, I could see her standing there alone. And I'm reminded as she did so of another song. This song has to do with standing alone. And the words are, just stand. After you've done all that you can, just stand. And I was reminded of all that she did. She worked hard. She worked long hours. She put everything into it. And after you've done all that you can, then just stand. Sometimes it's better to stand alone, which is what she did, than not stand at all. Better to stand alone than not stand at all. So I'm so proud of what she did, because in doing this, she helped us to reclaim the moral high ground that we lost 4 years ago on January 6th. To reclaim that moral high ground, because as she was presiding over this certification process, it was more than Vice President Harris presiding or Vice President Pence when he presided. It was the candidate who ran for president and did not win, certifying that the opposing candidate won. That was the moral high ground. That is something that the United States of America has had, and she was reclaiming it for the world, to let the world know that in the United States of America, we know how to win, but more importantly, we know how to lose. She claimed the moral high ground for this country. And in so doing, she was more than an example. She was an exemplar. She was a supreme, superb standard for the kind of behavior that ought to be exhibited on occasions such as the one she was presiding over. She made it clear to those who will look back in time upon this time that there are people among us who have dignity and respect for the process. She made it clear that while she did not win, she respected the process and announced the winner. I think that Vice President Harris can forever know that she has brought this country to another place. Other countries around the world, many of them envy what we were able to do this year, this week, juxtaposed to what did not occur 4 years ago, when a mob disrupted the process at the behest of the President of the United States of America. Who can deny that? Who can deny that they came here at the urging of the President of the United States of America, and that their behavior was nothing near exemplary? Their behavior was shameful. They marched with symbols of Nazism, with a gallows. They marched saying ugly things, vile comments. They stormed the Capitol of the United States of America. And in so doing, their behavior was disdainful and shameful as they marched through the halls. Some even went so far as to defecate in the Capitol in places where you would not expect such things to occur. Yes, there was a difference between this year and what happened 4 years ago. And that's because we had a vice president who was a candidate for president, who understood the necessity to have a peaceful transfer of power. So, Madam Vice President, though you stood alone at a time when it was appropriate and necessary. There are times when it is better, I've said it many times and I'll say it one more, it's better to stand alone than not stand at all. So you did. And you shall be remembered in history as bringing us back to the moral high ground. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to give the 2 reasons why she didn't preside over her own certification. Why Democrats didn't get the most electoral votes. 2 reasons. They have to do with legislation that was not passed. I'm going to walk through the legislation, and then I will give the reasons why the legislation didn't pass. The 2 reasons. The legislation. I've noted 6 pieces of legislation. The PRO Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, I've shortened the title, George Floyd Justice in Policing, Comprehensive Immigration Reform, and legislation to raise the minimum wage, as well as to pass the Equality Act. Those 6. Now let's take a look at these 6 with a bit more information. Legislation that would have made a difference for America and Americans, starting with the PRO Act. The PRO Act would have benefited all Americans. Labor unions were obviously desirous of having it passed, but it would have benefited all Americans. It would have benefited American laborers, the working class. It would have been the legislation that we need to help close the wage gap. This wage gap is something that has to be dealt with, because from 1967 to today's date, that wage gap has increased exponentially. Currently, the median income for a CEO is about $16 million, 16.3 to be a little bit more specific. The median income, and this is annually, income for a minimum wage worker at $7.25 an hour is a lot less than that CEO making $16 million. In fact, the CEO making $16 million would make 1,000 times more than the minimum wage worker at $7.25 an hour, which would be something more than about $15,000 annually. Who can survive on $7.25 an hour in the United States of America? You have to have at least 2 jobs and maybe 3. Family would have to have at least 2 persons working. The minimum wage has to be raised. If we pass the PRO Act, labor would be in a position to defend the desire, the need to raise the minimum wage, and could have pushed more for a higher wage. We have to raise it to a living wage. And if we should raise it to a living wage, then we can start to close this wealth gap. That won't do it in and of itself, raising it to a living wage. There is much more that has to be done, but that's a pretty good start. It would also help us to protect the right to organize. That right to organize is the means by which labor can move forward en masse to negotiate and to do that which is necessary to cause the industries in this country to raise the minimum wage. We have more states in this country with a minimum wage above $7.25 an hour than not. In fact, the states are ahead of the Congress. The Congress needs to catch up with the states and move on beyond that. $7.25 an hour is what is known as a slave wage in many quarters. So we need to pass the PRO Act. We did not. I'll explain why. 2 reasons in a moment. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act, had we passed it, it would have enfranchised more voters, caused greater participation in the process. This act would have helped us by reinstating a version of the Voting Rights Act. In fact, it was in Shelby County versus Holder that the Voting Rights Act was weakened greatly when Section 4 of it was declared unconstitutional. And the pre-clearance portion of it in Section 5 could no longer be exercised. This Voting Rights Act would have helped to reinstate a version of the pre-clearance process. This Voting Rights Act would have helped to allow people to vote without fear of having the hours set such that it didn't help persons who might work late hours. There are some people who work late hours, they work into the morning hours. And in Houston at one point we had an opportunity to vote 24/7, 24 hours in a given day. I went out to see the people come in to vote. Well, we can no longer do that, but had this version of the Voting Rights Act passed, we would have made it easier for people to vote, harder for people to cheat, and brought more people into the process. Greater participation. Did not pass. George Floyd justice in policing. Did not pass. This would have assisted, wouldn't have cured, but would have assisted in arresting bad police behavior. You have seen the videos. I don't have to try to convince people anymore that there are bad police officers. Not all police officers are bad. Some are. This doesn't mean that you should paint all officers with the same brush. It simply means that the bad ones have to be weeded out. This piece of legislation, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, would have helped us to weed them out. Would have also dealt with these no-knock laws that have cost lives, dealt with chokeholds that have taken lives. George Floyd Justice in Policing would have made a difference. And I can tell you, there are many of my constituents who were eager to see George Floyd Justice in Policing pass and were very disappointed when it did not. Many of my constituents were disappointed when John Lewis Voting Rights Act didn't pass. American minorities, a good many, were disappointed. These pieces of legislation could have made a difference in voter participation. Let's move on to three more. Comprehensive immigration reform. This was a key piece of legislation that would have addressed the border issues, addressed labor issues, H-1B issues, all of these various means by which persons can come into the country for various purposes associated with work, family reunification issues. This country has a history of keeping families together. We have strayed away from that history. This piece of legislation, comprehensive immigration reform, would have addressed that issue. And it would also have addressed discontentment. What is discontentment? I hear it quite regularly when I'm out and about. I go into places where people are buying food. I hear people talking. Many of them are not talking to me. Many of them do talk to me and explain what I'm about to tell you. There are people in this country who just don't believe that it is fair, that it is right for persons who are coming into the country to receive what they perceive as benefits that they are not receiving. They talk about this discontentment. They're not pleased with the way the system is functioning. Comprehensive immigration reform could have given us the opportunity to address this issue. Did not pass. And of course, raising the minimum wage. I've spoken about this. Closing the wage gap. And when you raise the minimum wage, you do something that we talk about here quite often, and that is the rising tide theory. A rising tide will raise all boats, we say. Raising the minimum wage would create that rising tide that would raise the wages above the minimum wage. The minimum wage has an impact not only on those who are receiving it, but also others who are workers. It has an impact on the working class. Raising the minimum wage would have made a difference. I assure you there are people who would have been grateful that the minimum wage was raised, and it would have inspired them to come to the polls to vote. The Equality Act. This act would have protected the LGBTQ community. It would protect their civil rights and their human rights. Yes, the Supreme Court made a ruling about discriminating against persons because of their sexuality, but that's not enough. We have many more means by which they can be protected if we pass the Equality Act. So having gone through these pieces of legislation, these 6, now there are more. The Paycheck Fairness Act, that would help women to achieve equal pay for equal work. Women now make less than 90 cents for every dollar a man makes, generally speaking, in the country. All women, about 90% less. And over some number of years, I saw a figure of $1 trillion having been lost because women are making so much less. I believe that it was from the year 1967 to, I think it was last year. $1 trillion. Assuming that my numbers are a little bit off. Maybe I didn't get the years exactly right. $1 trillion is still $1 trillion. Lost. That's money lost for health care, money lost for schools, children going to school, buying food, buying clothing, providing shelter, and also money lost for a pension, something to retire with. Lost because women are making less than men in the richest country in the world. Still do. Pennies on the dollar. That's what women are making compared to what men make. So the query is, why did we not pass all of these pieces of legislation? And the answer is because we had two senators, not the entire Democratic Party, not all of the Democratic leadership, two senators who would not do what Republicans did when they wanted to get a certain Supreme Court nominee confirmed. Republicans, when they wanted to confirm a certain Supreme Court nominee, challenged the process of coming to closure, and in so doing, moved to a point where you could appoint that nominee to the Supreme Court with 51 votes as opposed to 60. They did that. And it was along party lines. All of the Republicans voted to change the rules. Well, we had two senators. When, to his credit, Senator Schumer brought the Voting Rights Act, John Lewis Voting Rights Act that I've called to your attention, to the floor of the Senate. And to simplify it, made a request that it be passed with 51 votes as opposed to having to hit the 60-vote threshold and then come back and pass it with 51 votes. He made the request. It would have passed, but two senators, these are the two reasons, two senators, two Democratic senators. Now, why would you focus on Democratic senators when the Republicans voted against it? Because if you make your deposits in the Democratic Party, you expect your interest to come from the Democratic Party. You may get some from someplace else, but you expect the Democratic Party to perform. If you put your money into a Democratic corporation, you expect Democratic dividends. So the Democrats, two of them, chose not to allow John Lewis Voting Rights Act to pass the Senate, which is an indication that none of the other legislation could have passed with 51 votes. And here's what would have happened had it passed. 50 Democrats would have voted to allow it to pass with 51 votes. That's not a majority. The vice president would be the tiebreaker. The vice president would have said to the world, we passed John Lewis Voting Rights Act and I was proud to break the tie. We passed George Floyd Justice and Policing. I was proud to break the tie. We passed the PRO Act. I was proud to break the tie. We passed the Equality Act. I was proud to break the tie. All of these various pieces of legislation could have been passed, but for two reasons, two senators did not do what more than 50 Republicans did to claim another seat on the Supreme Court. My friends, the prognostication from me, I'm speaking for myself and no one else, we would have seen Kamala Harris come through that door, still comely, still courtly, still stately, still statuesque. We would have seen her walk down. We would have seen her go up to the podium at the dais. And we would have seen her, if this legislation had passed, certify the election of Kamala Harris for president, as president to be more appropriate, if the legislation had passed. 2 reasons. 2 Democratic senators who refused to do what more than 50 Republicans did when they saw the opportunity. I'll close with this. Do not assume that those Republicans will now do what they have done in the past and oppose moving to 51 votes as they did when there was a Democratic issue on the table. I prognosticate here and now that they will move to use 51 votes if their agenda is stalled, and they will think nothing of it. They will do it with alacrity. They will pass their agenda. I guarantee you if they run into a roadblock, they will. If that becomes the issue, they are going to do it. And when they do it, I'm going to come back to this podium and I'm going to say, I told you so. Because we have suffered long enough from our history of using the filibuster to prevent progress, especially among the minorities in this country. And I'm not giving them a license to do anything. They're going to do what they would do. I'm just telling you the truth. They're going to do it. And they do it regardless of what anybody on this side of the aisle says. We have nothing to do with what they do. But I can tell you this, we have suffered because 2 senators would not pass legislation, vote to pass legislation that could have made a difference in the lives of the American people as well as in the lives of specific people who have suffered great injustices, grave injustices, lives lost. I believe that George Floyd justice in policing would save lives. Voters would receive a better path to getting their votes into the process. More of them would participate. I'm not saying the election was rigged, that's none of that. What I am saying is that we had legislation that people would have appreciated, and we could have marketed that legislation by simply saying, here's what we accomplished that benefits you at a different level. Yes, we passed the infrastructure bill, great bill. Yes, we passed the CHIPS Act. Glad we did it. But friends, these are the kinds of kitchen table issues. This is the kitchen table legislation that people were talking about. And the lack of seeing this legislation passed dampened the enthusiasm of key aspects of the Democratic base. And I want you to know there are some people who now want to back off of this legislation. They want to try to become Republican light. That's what I call it. We've got to be ourselves. This is what has been important to our base. We've got to stay with what was important to our base. There is nothing wrong with any one of these issues. Nothing has changed. We still need them. America needs them. America wants them. We just have to pass this legislation. I'm always grateful to have this opportunity to speak. It means something to me because I don't hate the country. I love the country. That's why I want to improve it with this legislation. It means something to me. I am proud to say that I stand here in this place to speak on behalf of people who cannot speak for themselves. And I pray that one day, we will be able to say that we were there to vote, take maybe hard votes, and pass legislation that makes a difference. I guarantee you, my colleagues on the other side, they run into a roadblock, they will. Our time will come again. We will have to take advantage of the time. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields his time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to commemorate the life of Anthony Pichetti of Granite Bay, who passed away unexpectedly in early December. Anthony Pichetti lived a life of service. He was an elected member of the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, serving 7 years from 1987 to 1994. Later, he served 2 terms in the California State Assembly from 1998 to 2002. During his time in public service, Assemblymember Pichetti was well regarded for the level of communication that he brought to the office and was considered fair and easy to approach. He took pride in listening and keeping in touch with his constituents, holding monthly breakfasts for the public in each community of his district. Assemblymember Pichetti was also an advocate for his district and secured various victories, such as for public safety and recreation during his tenure. Assemblymember Pichetti followed his internal compass. He decided not to run for re-election in 2002, and after 4 years of training, he was ordained deacon with the Sacramento Catholic Diocese. He went on and served at St. Mel Parish, St. Ignatius Loyola Parish, and later at Presentation Parish in Sacramento. Anthony loved people, and people loved him. He put a tremendous amount of work and effort towards his community to improve their quality of life. He also enjoyed his family life with his wife, Kathy, and their son and daughter, Anthony and Serena. The world was a richer place with Anthony Pichetti, and we will sincerely miss him. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the retiring Roseville Fire Department Chief, Rick Barty, for his years of service in the Roseville area. Rick Barty's devoted career of service to the Roseville community and his country has spanned over 4 decades, including the last 9 years as chief of the Roseville Police Department. Chief Barty had his long-standing commitment to public safety goes back to the age of 18 when he first joined the fire service. He's built a strong educational foundation, earning his Bachelor of Applied Science degree studying public safety and emergency management at Grand Canyon University. Before embarking on his service to the city of Roseville, Chief Barty had a decorated career in several capacities, including his over 3 decades of service for the Phoenix Fire Department. Over the course of his tenure, Chief Barty conducted the duties of engineer, captain, battalion chief, shift commander, and many others, managing the Homeland Defense Bureau and deputy chief. Chief Barty's dedication to public safety also went beyond his department and region. Throughout his time in the fire service, he also served on FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Team. Chief Barty was on site at some of the most destructive disasters our country has seen, providing much-needed response and relief. He sifted through the rubble at Ground Zero after 9/11, responded to the Columbia Space Shuttle disaster, aided along the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina, and responded to many other catastrophes during his service to the task force. He's demonstrated selflessness in his deployments, locating and extricating disaster victims. Chief Barty's experience and scope of duties over his accomplished career, in conjunction with his devotion to service, enabled him to be an exemplary leader as chief of the Roseville Fire Department. Over the last 9 years, Chief Barty has been steadfast in his leadership in overseeing 130 firefighters in the department. During his tenure as fire chief, Rick also performed the duties of incident support team leader of the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Task Force. Chief Barty's expertise in specialized training and disaster relief has truly brought invaluable knowledge and experience to the region. Chief Barty's lifetime dedication to service and public safety will leave a long-standing legacy, as his selfless leadership will benefit the Roseville area for many, many years to come. The unwavering commitment to the public and leadership by example of people like Chief Rick Barty ensures the Roseville area will remain a wonderful and safe place to live. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is a great honor and privilege to recognize Roseville Fire Chief Rick Barty for his career in public service, and I join the Roseville community in wishing him the very best in retirement. Mr. Speaker, near the beginning of last year, I rose on the floor of this House to say a few words about my home state of California and how it was on, potentially, a path back to sanity, how that opportunity lay ahead of us. And the reason for that optimism was that there were two potential policy changes then being considered that could set our state on an entirely new course when it comes to the key issues of public safety and homelessness. California voters were about to consider Proposition 36, an initiative to make crime illegal again in California by largely reversing the disastrous proposition known as Prop 47. And then there was a case before the United States Supreme Court, which I wrote an amicus brief for, called the Grants Pass case, that would potentially liberate our communities from a Ninth Circuit decision that made it virtually impossible for them to clear out homeless encampments. So these two opportunities together presented a path back to law and order and sanity and livability in California, especially in our major cities. And of course, we were victorious on both counts. With respect to Prop 36, despite the governor, the supermajority, doing everything they possibly could to stop it from passing, California voters gave it a smashing victory, almost 70% of the vote, passing it in each and every one of California's 58 counties. And the U.S. Supreme Court, in the Grants Pass case, overturned the Ninth Circuit's existing Boise decision and said that our communities once again have the ability to regulate encampments and to stop homeless from camping in our parks, on our sidewalks, around schools, and in our public spaces. And I'm very pleased at this point to be able to say that the prediction as to the potentially transformative nature of these changes that I made back then is turning out to be true. So I wanted to cite just a few examples today of how the passage of Prop 36 and the decision in Grants Pass are already serving to turn California around. Here's just a few recent headlines from KRON in San Francisco. Fremont police credit Prop 36 for 9 shoplifting arrests. CBS San Francisco, Petaluma theft suspects arrested, one with prior convictions, subject to Prop 36 charges. KTLA TV in Los Angeles, man charged with drug possession, now facing consequences of recently passed Prop 36. From the San Francisco Examiner, shoplifter at Brawley Walmart faces jail because Prop 36 passed. KTLA TV in Los Angeles, Southern California woman facing enhanced charges with Prop 36 now in effect. Victorville Daily Press, San Bernardino County theft suspects face potential increased penalties under Prop 36. KXTV Sacramento, Folsom police arrest 30 people in retail sting, including 2 with possible Prop 36. KRON San Francisco DA files charges in city's first Prop 36 case. KXTV Sacramento, crackdown on retail theft continues after passage of Prop 36. KCRA Sacramento, Yuba City Police say man caught stealing packages will face felony charges citing Prop 36. The list goes on and on. One sting operation resulted in 110 arrests of people who will now finally face consequences because crime is once again illegal in California. And keep in mind, the law has only been in effect now for a few weeks. There was even an example where there was dash cam footage of a suspect who had been arrested and then was surprised to learn that stealing was once again a felony in California and expressed dismay about these new laws. So let this serve as a public service announcement to potential thieves in California that crime is illegal once again in our state and there will be consequences for criminal activity. On top of that, in the wake of the Grants Pass decision on homelessness, we have seen a number of communities actually start to clean up encampments and to reclaim their public spaces. For example, in Stockton, homeless under an overpass were given 72 hours notice of a clearing and were notified that they would be arrested if they refused to leave. In San Francisco, multiple clearings are now occurring every day. Much of the debris being removed, by the way, is either drugs or human waste. In San Jose, around 100 people were removed from the airport. In Santa Ana, homeless were cleared from private railroads and 5 were arrested. Turns out the arrestees had prior convictions for drugs and murder. In LA, 50 to 60 people were removed from a beach and healthcare workers arrived with police to assist with any medical issues the homeless were having. So the benefits of this are twofold. Number one, it is restoring a sense of order to our public spaces so that people feel safe going there again, so they don't serve to spawn further criminal activity. And number two, it's giving us an opportunity to get homeless individuals into shelters, get a roof over their head, and get them the help that they need. So with these two developments, with crime now being illegal again in California, and with our communities reclaiming our public spaces, I am more optimistic about our state's future than I've been in a very long time. And I can tell that the people of California are truly ready to move our state in a new direction. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the California legislature has gavelled in to a special emergency session of its legislature. And you might say, well, of course they have. LA is burning to the ground right now. But it turns out that's not actually what this special session is about. No. The legislature has gavelled into a special session called by Gavin Newsom to provide millions of dollars in funding for filing lawsuits against the incoming Trump administration. That is what their priority is at this very moment. Mr. Speaker, there could not be a starker illustration of the abject political failure that has gotten our state to this point and that has served to bring about the horrifying scenes that the whole country is seeing on their television sets right now and that folks in Los Angeles are suffering through. So I want to go over a few of the failures that have gotten to us to this point. But I do want to say first that my prayers are with the people in LA, the victims of this horrifying, apocalyptic set of fires, with the over 100,000 people under evacuation orders, with the at least 5, sadly probably more people who have lost their lives and their families, and with our firefighters and first responders who are working around the clock, doing everything they possibly can to get this blaze under control. And I'm truly grateful for all of the communities in California and across the entire country who have come together to try to help the LA area in this hour of dire need. Thank you. It is appreciated beyond measure. But after we do manage to get the fire under control, there are going to be a lot of questions that need answering. Indeed, we can already identify, even though we don't know the specific cause of each fire, the failures that we know have contributed to these conflagrations, these catastrophic events that have hit our community time and time again. Our politicians have obsessed over things like banning lawnmowers, banning leaf blowers, all the while neglecting our forests and leaving our communities vulnerable. In fact, when it comes to the forests, it is worse than neglect. The state and, frankly, the federal government have put up unnecessary hurdles to doing proper forest management, to clearing vegetation, to doing prescribed burns, which has turned many of our forests and areas adjoining residential areas in many cases as tinderboxes and caused fires that have, in many cases, become truly catastrophic, community-destroying events. And we've seen it happen, sadly, time and time again. The perversity of it all is that these restrictions on being able to manage our forests, which have decimated the timber industry, by the way, are imposed in the name of the environment. But nothing could be worse for the environment than a catastrophic wildfire. Indeed, when you look at all of the emissions that are saved by every single emissions reduction program that California has, all of that gets wiped out many times over when you have a catastrophic wildfire. So there simply could not be a more backwards policy. And in fact, last year in the fall, a decision was made to halt prescribed burns. Now, we don't yet know if that would have made a difference here, but we do know that the lack of doing prescribed burns in a systematic way, in an efficient way, in a timely way, has contributed to this problem. To make matters worse, Governor Newsom, when he came into office, started claiming that he was doing forest management, but he wasn't telling the truth. An investigation by Capital Public Radio, the local NPR affiliate, found that Newsom had exaggerated the amount of forest management work that had been done, the number of acres treated. He'd exaggerated that number by a staggering 690%. So our political leaders in California have allowed millions of acres to become overgrown and have thereby left our communities in a vulnerable condition. Not only that, their mismanagement of our water supply has, among other things, diminished our capacity to respond to wildfires. First of all, it has been decades since California has built significant new water storage, not since the State Water Project. And secondly, even the water that we do have when it comes down, much of it gets diverted intentionally into the ocean, again, supposedly for environmental reasons. I can tell you that in 2023, when we had record storms in California, I visited the site of the Folsom Dam, and you had water cascading out of the dam, 10,000 cubic feet per second, almost all of it going eventually into the ocean. And at that time, by the way, we had a flood emergency declared, of course, and yet somehow we were also still under a drought emergency. Californians were told you're not allowed to water your lawn. The legislature was passing draconian restrictions on indoor water use to 25, 30 gallons a day. Businesses were banned from having lawns in front of their property. In some parts of the state, you had to have a low-flow device for your shower head, and then they would punish you if you used too much water when you took a shower, if you didn't take a 5-minute shower, and all the while, we're sending staggering amounts of water into the ocean, and we're failing to build the storage that would actually catch the water and preserve it for when we need it. As yet another example, relevant to the situation in LA, the California Coastal Commission actually rejected the building of a desalination plant just a couple of years ago. So California, over the course of many years, has in a political way chosen to allow its forests to become overgrown and to impose artificial scarcity on its water supply. At the same time, our state and many of our municipalities, such as Los Angeles, have had completely backwards priorities and have demonstrated a total failure of just basic competence when it comes to government performance and the provision of services. And that was highlighted very clearly in this case. When you had the Los Angeles Fire Department telling the city, do not deprive us of our funding. And yet the city decided to do it anyway. The fire department said that the reduction in funding would severely limit the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies. Now, as the city council, the mayor, were deciding not to fully fund the fire department, they had plenty of time for things like passing a resolution reaffirming Los Angeles as a sanctuary city. It was already a sanctuary city. It's already a sanctuary state. But they decided that was their priority, not to prepare for the risk of wildfire, not to fully fund the fire department, but to pass another resolution making itself a sanctuary city yet again. And we'll be learning more, I expect, about how it possibly could be that we have fire hydrants that are not working, that water isn't coming out of them, and how we didn't have the necessary personnel on hand despite the high wind conditions. It all serves to underline, on the one hand, the misguided priorities, and on the other, the lack of basic competence. Additionally, Los Angeles and California, more generally, have continued to lead the nation in homelessness. California has roughly half the unsheltered homeless in the United States, and there's a whole host of reasons that this is not a good thing. But one of them is that encampments tend to lead to a lot of fires. In fact, in just 1 year, in 2023 alone, there were almost 14,000 fires related to homelessness. So again, we don't yet know exactly what caused the set of fires that are still ongoing, but we do know that this city has been as bad as any in terms of letting homelessness proliferate, allowing encampments to grow unchecked, and thereby creating more dangerous conditions for its residents because of the risk of fire. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'll point out that California has an insurance crisis that has been growing and growing and growing year after year after year, and our state's political leaders have simply allowed it to happen. They've done not nearly enough to mitigate the risk of fire that is the underlying cause of the increased rates. They've done essentially nothing until recently to stabilize the situation, to stabilize the markets. And as a result, you have insurers that have now pulled out of the state entirely, millions of people who are losing coverage. In my district, you have whole communities where everyone has lost coverage. And they're kicked to the California FAIR Plan, forced to pay 3 times as much, 4 times as much, 5 times as much as they were paying before. And the FAIR Plan is now on the verge of collapse, accounting for the absolutely catastrophic losses that we're seeing in Los Angeles. So, Mr. Speaker, what is happening and is still ongoing, sadly, in Los Angeles is a truly unimaginable tragedy in terms of the images that we're seeing, in terms of the dislocation that it's causing. But I expect that we will learn that at least to an extent, it was an avoidable one. And this should serve as a major wake-up call, that our state needs to start doing things differently, that we need to get back to basics. We need to get back to basics in California. Build our roads, manage our forests, store our water, maintain our grid, fund our police and our fire departments, do the things government is supposed to do them well, and do nothing else. If we can get back to basics as a state, then we can stop catastrophes like this from happening in the future. And perhaps someday, in the not too distant future, we can start leading the nation in the right ways again. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.